Hello, everyone. I'm Alan, also known as McLaren 2009, and today I'm back playing Derail Valley. As you're probably aware, the game literally updated today. So, naturally, I'm going to check that out. If I can adjust my chat box. Okay. The only problem is I don't think, since I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, I think my wrist chat box will only show me my Twitch feed, so I'll have to. Okay, I'll have this on multi stream. Alright, we're gonna go from there. Alright, so yeah. Derail Valley just updated. Oh. Alright. Well, it's gonna be interesting. Okay. Alright, I might need to exit out of the game real quick. Alright. It's gonna be a second. We'll be right back. Okay. In case anybody is wondering what just happened, when I first loaded into the game, I didn't have any job booklets. And I figured that was probably because I had a mod loaded that organized the job booklets. Obviously, with the most recent update, that one mod very clearly broke, and I did not have any job booklets. And as you can see, we have job booklets again. Alright, so let's find out how much money I've got. I'm curious to see if that is enough to buy any of the new things. More than likely, the stuff that I need isn't going to be at this store. Let's see. Pocket watch, cassette tape, solder, light bars. Actually, that will be useful. Okay, so there is something we can get. And actually kind of need. All right. Okay. That's only for steam locomotives. And we don't currently have those. Or, I mean, I do, but... Alright, we have a briefcase. Now, you might be wondering, why in God's name would I need a briefcase? Don't worry, we'll get to that. Let's see, can I access it from this side? Yes, I can. Perfect. Alright. Sweet. Okay, there is a method to the madness. Put that over there. Alright, that one's probably important. Okay. Oh, 6. Oh. No, not that. Alright, put that over there. Okay. Let's keep going. there's almost no point to me doing this. All right. Okay, let's grab... Nope. What the hell way is that facing? All right. All right. Nope. Nope. No, no, no. Put that down there. Alright, this one's kind of important. I mean, realistically, they're all kind of important. There it is. No. Put that there. Alright. There's only but so much space in this briefcase. Alright, let's get freight and logistics. There. There. Now, let's put this over here. We don't particularly need that. Why do I have a... You know what? It's not important. Alright. So, more than likely, the other stuff that I need is at other stations. Specifically, they're probably at the machine factory because that seems to be where all the stuff is. However, we'll go in here real quick, and they are not in here anymore. Alright, so that creates a bit of a pickle. Alright, let's see. Okay. We still have all the licenses. But we need to go to probably the machine factory. So, we need something going that way. How about freight? What do we got? Acetylene, that's pretty good. Let's unload. Wait, that one's going to City South. Those are logistics halls. Steel mill. Steel mill, don't care. Forest Central, sawmill. You know what? It would probably suck. Oh, wait, hold up. It still sucks. Alright. Coal mine east. That's going completely the wrong way. Alright, where'd that loading one go? Alright. Oh, that's going to City South. We're not doing that again. If you're unaware or you weren't in 2 streams ago, I think it was, I took an order thinking that I was going to shove it back into City West, but it was actually going to City South. So I ended up spending like $20,000 clearing all of the cars from City West. And it was just a bad time. Alright, so we have 94 and 47. Hello? Hello, welcome to the stream. Wow. Alright, that's going on the board. Alright, so I've literally just been streaming for 20 minutes and I have been on the transition screen. We're off to a strong start. Alright. On the plus side, what that means is you just missed out on the fun process of buying a briefcase. It's like, yeah, you missed out on the fun task of buying a briefcase and putting the engine and service licenses in it. So we've got that in here. I also cleaned up a little bit of this. Yeah, I got that a little bit organized, so you didn't really miss anything overly exciting. But yeah, that is a epic failure on my part. So to catch you up on all of the fun stuff that happened, I loaded into the game, determined to check out the new update that just launched today. Hello, welcome to the stream. So yeah, I loaded in to check out the new update that just launched today. And I had one single mod loaded, and it was to organize the job booklets, but there weren't any job booklets. So the mod broke. It hasn't been updated yet, which makes sense considering the update just launched today, but that's a whole nother thing. Anyway, I had to exit out of the game to turn off the mod, and then I came back into the game, bought a briefcase, started filing away all of my engine licenses, only to get messages in chat and find out that my Streamlabs desktop was still on my transition screen. So that is my current skill issue tracker, that I forgot to turn the stream back on. So I've been basically talking into the void for like at least 10 minutes, and now I've decided that I'm going to take a delivery to the machine factory because I have a feeling that's where the things I'm going to need are. Alright, cut this in. Okay. And let's fully link up that. This is probably good. Yeah. When you do manual servicing, it doesn't seem to reset the breakers. It only resets the handbrake. Alright, so this is going to be a very light load. But we're going to turn on the first DE6 and the DH4, but we're not going to need both of them. We're only going to need one. Alright, so knock the brakes off on the slug. Second unit. Grab my remote. What the Alright. Alright, that's what we're doing today. Okay. Alright. I should probably make sure I'm lined out. There's no reason I shouldn't be, but weirder things have happened. What the fuck is going on? Okay, that's wrong. Close enough. Fuck it. The one that I'm actually excited for is the remote signal boost. I was trying to figure out a way to bring the caboose along because it had the signal boost, but I had two courses of action. I could either put it on the end, in which case I would have to run around it, or I could put it at the end of my engines, in which case I would always have to run around it if I ever changed directions. Or I could put it in the middle of the engines, in which case I have to always run distributed power, and I can't refuel at one time. Or at least I don't think I can. Okay. Oh yeah, we forgot a minor detail. Beacon. and beacon. There. The ultimate irony being that the amber beacon light is only on a remote locomotive, and neither of the DE6s are remote locomotives, only the DH4 is. Yeah, it's just kind of annoying. You know what? I did all of this, but I didn't even check where the jobs I'm looking for are currently located. All right, let's get them around. They shouldn't be on the C track. But I guess it's possible. But the whole point is that the new gadgets in the update allow us to mount the remote extender on an engine. So I think I'm either going to mount it on the DH4 or I'm going to mount it on the Slug. Don't have the demonstrators? Yes, I do, actually. Well, I have some of them. I have the DM3, the DH4, and the DE6. I don't have the DE2 or either of the steamers. I haven't found them yet. But I have the demonstrators that I'm actually going to use. These aren't them, but they're in the museum. I'm just getting money to repair them, which has been a process in and of itself. I do have them, and I've gotten most of the way through repairing the I've gotten most of the way through the DH4. Oh, wow, that's actually heavier. It's freaking 7 cars. I've gotten most of the way through repairing the DH4. So I've got that one good. Almost. Have a couple more things to fix, but they're not that expensive. But nevertheless, the plan is that I'm gonna do the time life hack, and I'm gonna get hooked up to these before I actually take the job. I have that consist of... Alright, I have 94 and 47. 47 being heavier. Alright, so the engines that I regularly use, I have 2 DE6s that are essentially back-to-back, a DH4 that I use as a remote locomotive, and the DE6 slug. That's going pretty good. For the most part. I already had some, let's say, problems where my one and only mod about the booklet organizer, I guess since the update launched today, they haven't gotten to update the mod yet. So when I loaded in, I had no job booklets. So I had to exit the game. I had to exit the game and load back in. Except there's just one teensy weensy little problem. When I loaded back in, I had my job booklets back, but I forgot to change Streamlabs from my transition screen back to my actual stream. So I spent like 10 minutes shouting into the void because I'm an idiot. Yes, I predominantly use the DH4 as a remote locomotive. And because I use it as an RCL, ever since I made that video where I explained how the system works, I use this for distributed power. And the way that I do it is I'll have these two engines on the front, and then I'll put these two in the middle, and this will be my distributed power consist. And I have not one, but two videos explaining how to use this thing. Why is it there? Why did I put it there? It's not important. But on pretty much all long trains, I'm using distributed power now. This specific train, when my glove gets back from low orbit, with this job only being 7 cars total, we're not using distributed power. There's no freaking point. We're using 2 engines, and we're just going to hope for the best. It's going to be great-ish. I should probably get out of the tracks. Okay, now I think, or at least I'm hoping, the other set is over here in G, but it's not looking that way. Okay, it's not in G. Alright, D? Wouldn't it be funny if it actually was in C? After just thinking, no, they wouldn't put it in C. Wouldn't it be funny if that's exactly where they put the damn thing? Sure, let's just put a frickin' container train in the tanker yard. Or it could just be I'm blind and kind of stupid and I just missed it in the E-track. Which it's looking like that might be the case. Okay. 87. 85. Alright, I know this one is the one I'm looking for. But where the hell's the other one? Because this is 94. This is the heavy one. What the hell just happened? Okay. Alright, let's get hooked up to that. Alright, so I'm missing an entire cut of cars. They're around here somewhere, I think. But where is a mystery? So yeah, ever since I learned how to do it, I pretty much use distributed power for everything. What the... You know... It's probably best not to think about it. I'm attempting to use distributed power for, like, everything. Except... Okay. That's not working the way that it's supposed to. Alright, we're gonna send that back to the void. So yeah, I'm using distributed power as much as I can ever since I figured out how to use the system. And then I made those 2 YouTube videos explaining how the system works. Yeah. Alright, that's just fucked. So, made a couple of videos explaining how the system works. And now I just use it all the time. Except I'm not going to use it now because we're only hauling 7 cars. And let's be honest, using 3.5 engines for 7 cars is a bit much, to say the least. Alright. We know it's over here. And it should be this one. 94. But where the hell is the other train? Huh? Okay, this is 94, but this is 47. Am I just stupid? Well, I mean, I am, but not for the reason that you think. This is 94, but this is the tank load. So the train that I thought I was looking for is this one. Like, I thought it was going to look like that. But no, it looks like that. Which means... no? Oh, damn it. All right. Okay, yeah. I was looking for one of these, but it's one of those. All right, so that means passenger terminal. Fuck. All right, so the only other place it could be is over here. $96. They wouldn't put... Oh, that's the problem. I do not do that. I always tighten the couplers. So then where the hell is the fucking train? Yeah, the problem that I'm currently encountering is the fact that the signal boost is no longer on the caboose. So I'm just getting comm loss with my remote, which ironically is a thing that actually happens in real life. Even though I hadn't encountered it before, I did this week. So that's nice. I'm not sure that's the word, but it's a thing. $46. Where the hell is this train? Alright, let's just set the brake. Am I looking for the wrong thing? Okay. Shipping containers. Also, shipping containers. Where the hell are these cars? Okay. It is a freight load, correct? Yes, freight haul 47. Where is 47? Is there a 47? No. Okay. $94 is right here. We are lined in to get 94, but where the hell is 47? We're just going to put this one on the board because I don't know where the hell this train cut, where these cars are located. standing on top of the cars. There's 94. But where is 47? Is there a 47? My money is currently on no. Are you fucking kidding me? Found it. All right. Titan. Let me back up because I'm currently punching my desk. And release. All right. We know this cut is actually heavier, so we got to get this one first. That's going the right way. This is going the wrong way. I mean, just for the sake of argument, I could set it up as a DP train, but that would be really stupid. It's like, just for demonstration purposes, I could do it. Just to further show how the system works. But, like I said, that would be stupid. This is a 7-car train. My money's on the signal boost is actually going to be expensive as hell. Because God knows the MU system is. Alright. And stop. The funny thing is, in real life, this week, I am working on a remote job. So this week, I'm actually a remote control, or I'm actually working actively as a remote control operator. Originally, I was thinking I wasn't going to try streaming today, but then I saw that Derail Valley updated shortly after I got up. I'm working nights this week, so I'm kind of on a bizarre sleep schedule. But the counterpoint is I'm on an assigned job this week, so I have a schedule. I won't next week. I already know I'm going back on the extra board next week. Alright, why is this being weird? Alright, I don't know what the hell's going on. So yeah, all of this week I've been running a real remote-controlled locomotive. So what I'm doing right now in-game is the same thing I'll be doing tomorrow night. So that's going to be a whole thing. Let me see. I gotta make sure I get a screenshot this time. At least we're registering audio this time. So yeah, I gotta get a screenshot because I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. So we're hopefully not nuking this VOD. Hopefully. Oh, and then we also need to get out this and this. Because this switch is wrong. And this switch is wrong. Okay, everything else is right. So yeah, I was kind of surprised when I saw that Derail Valley updated today. So I decided that it seemed like the move to play Derail Valley today. We can speed up a little bit. I'm hoping that by getting my train already built before I leave for the machine factory, it'll start the clock a little bit later, and if I can get the time bonus on these jobs, then that would be great. These 4 cars are a couple of tons heavier than the other 3 cars. So they're going to go by the engines. The other cars are also acetylene cars, so they probably shouldn't go next to the engines. But there aren't any train marshalling rules in Derail Valley. How we build a train here is entirely up to our own discretion. All right. One of these days, I still need to actually go back into playing Stormworks again. because I really want to make sure all of my vehicles are still working with all of the updates that have happened in the last couple of months. I want to go and make sure that all my stuff still works. But the problem is that when I'm off of work, I don't feel like doing much of anything. Like, I've been off since yesterday morning, and I've basically just watched YouTube videos. Alright, perfect. Alright. Release. Release. In theory, you should wait until the brakes are fully released. But here's the thing. Since the AI in Derail Valley does not dump the train, the brakes aren't even applied. Like the control box that controls the brake system on each car, it could potentially dump the train if you open up the angle cock too fast. But Derail Valley doesn't work like that. You pretty much rip open the angle cock every time you touch it in Derail Valley. Like, you just push the button and it just instantly pops open. Unlike something like, say, Railroader, where you actually can gradually open and close it, Derail Valley doesn't do that. So, like, the fact that these cars don't have air in them, so they're already bled off, opening the angle cock would accomplish nothing. But it's closed on both ends, it's bottled, and the only thing on is the handbrake. But when you open up the angle cock on the front of the car, if there was air in the system, if you open it too quickly, that could potentially dump the train. Which, that creates a problem, because if you dump the train, you now have to recharge the train in order to move it. And then, like, these didn't have air in them. The engines do. So opening it up too quickly would dump the engines. And then you can't move until you recover the brakes. And then you recover the brakes by charging the train line. So basically it just adds time to how long it takes to do your job. Because the way the control box works is if it detects a rapid decrease in pressure on like a hair trigger, it puts the train into emergency. Which, as you probably know, going into emergency is as deep as the air brake system can go. like we demonstrated months back, that even in Derail Valley, doing a full service brake application is about 25 psi in real life. In Derail Valley, it's about 2 bar, I think it is. But one noticeable difference between Derail Valley and a real locomotive is if you look at the control stand, let's go right here. This one's currently cut out. Alright, that was a stupid way to demonstrate that, but the point is, fully moving this lever only does full service. On a real control stand, you have full service, suppression, handle off, emergency. You can dump the train from the control stand. And the conductor can dump the train from a valve that'll be on this wall over here. And there's also a button to dump the train from the end of train device. Whereas Derail Valley only allows you to dump the train into emergency from the angle cock. Like, you can put the air all the way on from the control stand, but you can't dump the train. So it's a whole thing. Oh, I need to change this from D-track and go to 7L. Okay. And we still haven't cleared the switch, so all is right in the world. Okay, now let's go right here. The other thing that is interesting about removing the signal boost from the caboose is that now there's currently no reason to drag the caboose everywhere with you. Actually, there might still be a reason to bring the caboose everywhere. Alright, I got a crazy idea that I might need to test out. I saw in the patch notes, work with me on this one, saw in the patch notes that there is a universal control stand that you can mount to the floor. Alright, now this is where it's going to start getting a little wild. Work with me. Universal control stand mounted on the floor, but mount it on the caboose. So you can control the train from the caboose. Or is that too absurd even for Derail Valley? Let's just pretend for a moment that's even the wildest hear me out I've said this week. Okay. Like, it says you can use it to change or to use the control stand from the other side of the cab. But I wonder, can you use it from the other side of the train? Does it have to be on the locomotive? Like, actually, it probably does. Honestly, it most likely does not work the way that I'm wanting it to. Although there is something that I do want to try. Alright, let's... Since we can now mount things to the caboose and the slug, I need solder. All right. Okay. Why do I have that? All right, fuck it. Okay, grab the wrong frickin' thing. Okay. Alright, we grabbed the wrong thing, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna do some more weird science. We gotta go grab our drill. Oh boy. Alright, we need this. Oh, alright. Let's go right here. No one cares. Oh, I already have the soldering iron. I don't know why I was carrying the soldering iron, but we already have the damn thing. Alright, so all is right in the world. Oh, actually, we need to grab one more thing out of there. I'm pretty sure I already tried this. but in the interests of doing stupid shit. Alright, let's get a little wild. We have Slug. You know what? Let's stop. Let's not do this stupidity while the engine's moving. Alright. Alright. Like, I'm pretty sure I already tried this. Alright, I'm pretty sure I already tried this. But it's gonna be... At least it'll make me smile. Might be a bit much to call it funny, but it'll make me smile. Alright. So... Alright. Let's go transmit forward. Alright. Alright, now this one has to be receive. Alright. Now we go over here. This is where it's going to start getting really stupid. Which way's forward? Okay. Okay. We have that off. Oh Oh my god, it works. Oh boy. Alright. So, in case you're wondering what the hell I'm excited about, this works. This MU box is controlling that locomotive. All right. All right, so turn this off. All right, that is literally the dumbest freaking thing. So yeah, we can now mount a control box to the slug. And if we can mount a control box to the slug, maybe we can put a control stand on the caboose. We can't put the control stand on the slug because the slug doesn't have a cab. One second, I gotta get a drink. Okay, I'm back again. All right, so the reason that we can't put do the universal control stand thing on the slug is because the slug doesn't have a cab. Like, in real life, I've seen both types. I've seen slugs that have cabs and slugs that do not have cabs. All right. And cabbed slugs have an entire control stand. In fact, a lot of the slugs that I've encountered, a lot of them are remote locomotives. There's that. There's that. We go back here. Continuity check. Alright, all is right in the world. Alright, now... Now, there is one more thing to check. And that's going to be to check the military base. To see if there's anything going to the machine factory military base. If not, it's not the end of the world, but if there is, it would be nice to also get a bonus on that. Okay, lined for the ladder, lined for the through track. And let's just ease it on down. Alright. We're going to go over here real quick. If we can find the office. Anything? Oh yeah, we're definitely taking that. 78. Alright. It's like, oh, that is definitely coming with us. It's like, oh, that is definitely coming. Alright. Alright, we need to get to... Kitty. We need to get to right here. Just like in real life, the cat is sitting there judging me. Alright, we'll get the first car spotted right here. Well, I've seen them do that in real life, too. Unfortunately. But thankfully, in Derail Valley, since the animals are essentially just scenery, they're basically immortal demigods, just like the player. Okay. Alright. That's what we're doing today. Actually, let's change it up. Kitty. God damn it, Kitty's got the fucking zoomies, and it's like, well, it's 10:30 for me. Alright, stop. All stop. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this back together, but since the train going to the military base, or since the cars going to the military base are a little bit bigger, here's what we're gonna do. Oh, well, they're not. This is an equally stupid idea. Alright. What we're gonna do is, I didn't want to, but we're setting up distributed power. Alright. Set the independent brake. Go forward. It's like, alright, we're setting up distributed power. It's gonna be great. Alright. Charge the brakes. Apply the brakes. Alright. Now, turn that off. Alright, yeah. The bigger parts on the back. Alright, so yeah, this is facing the same way as this. Alright, so close this, separate that, and we actually were going to let that dump. Now, just for the sake of argument, you're going to go in here. It should be blinking. But I'm guessing that since the MU box is on, it's somehow registering that a brake is cut in somewhere. Okay, now let's find some missiles. Alright, it is right here. 78. All right, we're going right here. That's a runaround track anyway. Whatever. The loading track's over there. Alright, so we got that good. Got that good. Where's this one lined? Okay, it's going into the Y. Alright. Let's bring it to a pause. Alright. Now, the other thing is that since we now have this set up as distributed power, I have to go up here. And we gotta turn that on. Okay, it's still fucked. Alright. It's not important. Okay, we are lined into the Y. Let's knock off the brakes. We definitely don't need distributed power for what is it, 11 cars now? But we have the system, so we're going to use it. And the hope is we're already going to make some money on this trip. Nah, I don't think that would work. What I was just contemplating is I could run around it, get it from the west end, or get it from the south, and then shove it back against the train. But the problem is, in between the where the slug is and the other military base switch, I don't think my train will fit. So this is, by the way that I've done this, this is the only way it's going to work. it's kind of weird. Like, I like the switch targets in Derail Valley, but my yard in real life recently started adding targets that are similar to this, but I hate them. They have little arrows just like this. They're red and green for straight and reverse moves. But I don't even know why. I just hate them. They're like really stupid in my opinion. Hold up. Is that nuclear fuel? I mean, we could say to hell with this whole freaking thing and just take the fuel. But no, the missiles are better. Or the missiles are as good. If it were multiple cuts of nuclear fuel, that might be worth it. But not one. And putting that wireless MU box on the slug might seem like generally a waste of a box, but realistically, I literally bought it to put it on the slug. There we go. Alright. Now we knock off the brakes and start pulling out. I didn't want to need to use DP on this trip, but this works. Alright, we're going to need some power because this is going to be a little heavy. Actually, that's probably a stupid idea, because I'm pretty sure that turns a little bit tighter. And going balls to the wall with cruise missiles might be kind of stupid. Not gonna lie. Yeah. This is probably a stupid idea. I mean, I'm pretty sure this counts as a fragile load. All right. All right, now let's not make these explode. But listen to the intrusive thoughts. Detonate the harbor. It'll be fun. Oh, see, you can go 30. It was fine. Alright, you have to be under 7 definitively. But since I specifically have more damage on, I probably should not count on that. I wonder if it's the same cat. Or maybe it's the rabbit. Because I don't see the white cat at the moment. Excuse me. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, the distance between the slug and that switch is maybe 2 car lengths, and I need 6. And it would be safer to take 7. Yeah, there's the white cat. There's a rabbit. Anything going on? Nope, nothing currently. There's a different cat meowing? I mean, the cat's over there. There's no way in hell I heard that one. Right? Let's take a moment to appreciate the movement of the cat. Oh, a tabby cat. Ugh. Okay. Alright, now at least they won't fly apart. Okay. Now we release that. No, release. 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 And release. Okay. Now we go over here. Receive. Forward. Transmit forward. Okay. Now, we go back to the office. Alright. Grab. Grab. And grab. Okay. All right. They are in that order. All right, here we go. Now we've got all of that set up. Close up. Turn that off. Close that. All right. Let's see. This is burning time, but the mother slug, the lights are still set up properly. All right. Here we go. Okay. Hold that thought. Did I spell it wrong? Yeah, okay. Alright, we got that straightened out. I'm in the control stand. That's a bit of a problem. Alright, release that. Release that. And let's try again. Alright, here we go. Why is my chair messed up? Okay, we're good. Oh, I didn't close the door. That's why everything's so loud. Alright, we keep it around like 35 going up here. Or at least I do. A little steep, though. So we ended up needing the extra engine anyway. Let's knock it down a little bit. That's a pretty decent speed. But the problem is maintaining it. Oh, yeah. Hit that. All right. Alright, so we'll slow up a little bit. But the thing is, we're climbing. Or at least, for the most part, we're climbing. And it'll be steep for a while. this out. And we don't need to, but I like to. Okay. Completely killing the throttle might have been a bad idea. But it should be fine-ish. Alright, there's a tunnel. The thing about the alerter in Derail Valley is it's just kind of like an accessory that you just tack on. Whereas the real alerter, basically you can reset it by using any of the controls on the control stand. Except the sander. I don't think the sander will reset the alerter. But you also don't just arbitrarily use the sand anyway. You generally have a reason to do it. But it is legitimately every 60 seconds. You have to use a control. Even the remote control has an alerter. Alright, let's see. A major difference is the alerter starts throwing a fit at about 10 seconds, like it starts beeping at you, letting you know that it's about to do a brake application. Derail Valley, it doesn't start beeping until it gets down to 0. Yeah, even the remote control has an alerter. There's a reset safety control switch on both sides of a remote control. Basically, so you have access to one of them from whichever hand you're using. Even though the remote's like designed to be ambidextrous so you can use it from both sides, at least for me personally, if I'm riding on like the left side of a car, for example, it's kind of awkward to like hold on to the car and then adjust the speed control, which is on the right hand side. So it's awkward to have my right hand on the car and use my left hand to work the right control on the remote. It just feels weird. But that's probably just a me problem, more than likely. All right. Now we're almost to the part where we're going downhill. There might be one more Y. Or there might be one more set of switches for the Y. But I think we're already past that. I think we're up here now. Yeah, because that's that area right there. Alright, so it's getting to the part where we're going to need to start using the brake. Which is the other advantage to using the... see what I mean? It's the other advantage to using the DH4 because it also has a dynamic brake. It's kind of more like a retarder in a truck. But it's still like an engine brake. Well, we're not going down yet. We're about to be, though. Alright, keep resetting that. I'm kind of curious because there are also like more lights and things like that. So more than likely they'll also be at the machine factory. It seems like the machine factory is the place to get the good parts for the locomotives. It's where you get the remote, it's where you get the wireless MU boxes. There's all kinds of stuff there. I need to check my alerter real quick. Okay. It's only 11 o'clock. This is when my job this week would normally start, but I'm off today. But I'm doing this kind of later stream because I'm working nights, so I gotta be awake anyway, so I might as well play with the new update. See how that goes. And so far, the only things I've gotten have been the briefcase and the file folders that I'm not currently using. Now, well, this is uphill. Alright. Apparently it's steeper than I thought. It's a lot steeper than I thought. And then it immediately switches to downhill. Alright, let's just idle. Let's notch up dynamic a little bit. Reset the alerter. What the fuck is going on? Okay, why are those not working anymore? It's just being weird. Might have to verify my game file integrity after I get done streaming. I've got a couple more games to check out. Like I got Gorn 2 recently. I think I might have bought it the day that it came out, but my VR system is only set up on my office computer, and all of this week I've basically been using my laptop in my living room. So, since I haven't touched my desktop computer for a couple of days, basically I had to update everything. With my luck, there's probably like a graphics driver update that I still need to install, because like I said, I haven't touched my desktop for a couple of days. So I've been playing some other stuff that's not as demanding as some of the stuff that I play on my desktop, because my desktop is newer and a lot stronger than my laptop is. But the games that I've been playing recently aren't really all that crazy on my laptop. Like, I got back into playing Pal World. I've been having a lot of fun with that one. I started playing Schedule 1, which didn't seem like my type of game, but it's oddly addictive. Which is, I guess, a pun intended, since it's about selling drugs. Then I recently got a Grocery Store Simulator, which, that one's alright. I don't know if I particularly enjoy the gameplay loop. Maybe I need to... It's like, maybe I need to change it up and do some things a little bit differently, because I'm not sure if I'm enjoying, like, the way that you play it a whole lot. Then I also have My Summer Car, which I haven't played it yet, but that one seemed pretty cool. Especially with the running joke that with all of the customization things you can do in Derail Valley is unofficially like My Summer Crane. But I also got a different one, which I gotta figure out how to play it. Like, I think I accidentally broke the tutorial. Like, I started playing, what is it? Trans-Siberian Railroad Simulator. I played it for about an hour and a half, and I got to the part in the tutorial where I couple into some cars and then take them to another station a few kilometers away, which, alright, no big deal. But then I can't release the brakes. And I was sitting there trying to, like, flip switches and try and reset things, and I just could not make the damn thing move. And I had to laugh because I was like, I can run an actual locomotive in real life, but I can't get this to move. And it was literally just moving a few minutes ago, and all I did was change directions. It was literally just loading and just moving, but now it can't. So it's like, what the hell am I doing wrong? So I gotta install it. I'm gonna put it on my desktop computer, and I'm gonna try to play it there. But I gotta either try it with the tutorial again and pay closer attention and see if I can get it figured out, or skip the tutorial and see if I can get it to work with all the controls unlocked, because if I accidentally did a control in the wrong order, or if I accidentally did a step in the wrong order, there's a chance I may have accidentally made the game a hell of a lot harder. Or I may have broken the tutorial by doing something wrong. So I gotta go back in and see if I can get it figured out. Because it actually seems like it would be a pretty cool game. Which is exactly why I got it. It seemed like my type of thing. Like, if it had, like, the level of detail with, like, the control stand that, like, Derail Valley has, Derail Valley is simplified compared to how it works in real life. But if it has this type of control system, I need to slow way the hell down because we are currently going 35 into a 30. All right. Hopefully nothing derails. Because wouldn't that be fun? Especially with those freaking cruise missiles back there. Oh, it's going to be a blast. City West is going all the way to hell. But yeah, if the other game seems to have a comparable level of detail, but it also has the survival mechanics of, like, My Summer Car. So even though I've never played it, I've seen people play it, and I figure it seems like exactly my type of game. So, if you have a game where you play with trains, play with guns, get blackout drunk, and move stuff around, that seems like a pretty cool idea for a game. So I'm pretty sure I am going to enjoy the game. It's just, I think I may have accidentally done something in the wrong order, and I may have broke the tutorial. So I might have to try it again. But the startup procedures, changing ends, which honestly, that's a thing I would have done differently in the tutorial, because since the tutorial for that game has the engine set up kind of like how I have my engine set up, where they're back to back. It's like where they're long hood back to back. And that's kind of a big deal, because it means that when we change directions, like, say, instead of going north, I wanted to go south, I can couple trains on here, and I just go back and control the engine, or control the train, from the second DE6 on the back. And all I gotta do is just change up, or just reverse the control stands. Well, the Trans-Siberian Railway Simulator, it has the engines back to back, just like this, like I have these set up. So the tutorial wants you to pull out of the shop or roundhouse type area. It's like a little hangar thing. You pull out, go past the switch, shove back, grab some cars, and pull out. The way that I would have preferred to have done it is so that I can have better visibility from the control stand, since I don't have a conductor working with me. I wanted to switch ends and go work the engine from the second cab so that I can physically see the cars as I'm coupling into them. Now, it says that you can use the check screen, like where you click on like the mirror outside. It's like you click on the mirror and it allows you to go into inspection mode, and that allows you to see where you're coupling into the cars. But I didn't want to do that, since you have to control the locomotive from the control stand. I wanted to go back and control it using the I wanted to use the control stand in the second unit, which in real life there's a couple of switches you gotta flick, but it's basically nothing to change ends. The hardest part is just walking to the other end. It's nothing to change ends. But if you have like a conductor, for example, then you don't need to bother changing ends, because they'll tell you if you're getting close. Granted, there are a couple of us that are, let's say we're kind of special, and you might not have faith in your conductor, and you might just change ends anyway because you don't trust that they're not going to slam you into a train. But those are hopefully isolated special circumstances and not a regular thing you encounter every single day. But let's be real, I am a conductor, and some of us are kind of stupid. Alright, we gotta speed up. We're running like way behind. And I can't even check like my pocket watch in game, because for whatever reason these two like carabiner slots aren't working for some reason. I think I've got to verify my game files. I mean, you'd kind of wonder like what's up with that light, but at the same time, you really won't wonder what's up with it, because the DP's 4 cars back. Reset. Which, it's kind of funny how much I, like, hit the alerter in this game, because if you're wondering, like, when I'm remote controlling the locomotive, it's like when I'm running the remote, I do legitimately hit the alerter that much. Like, I know damn well the thing works at 60-second intervals. And literally touching any of the controls, the speed selector, the brake override, the bell, the horn, literally all of those things reset the alerter. So by changing my current speed setting, resets the alerter. So going from like 10 down to 7, that resets the alerter. Nope. There we go. Okay. Receive. Beacon. Beacon. Door. Door. Transmit. Okay. Now, this one is going into 3, and that's currently on the back. Where did the hell did it go? Oh no. Alright, that's a problem. Okay. Okay, we're good. Alright, so the very back of the train is going to... Huh? What the fuck is going on? Okay. Alright. I don't know what's up with that. But the very last cut is going on to 3. So we go over here, and what we're going to do is... Alright, we're going to do it the other way. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to pull into 3. And tie those down on the north end. Oh, and then this is lined... Also, this is lined out of 3. So that's right. That's right. Okay. And then that's right. Alright, we are literally lined completely out of track 3. So, we're going to pull forward. What the fuck? Okay. Whatever the hell you are doing... Stop it. Okay. Oh yeah, something is definitely broke. I don't know what, but something is broke. Alright. So, we go right here. And And those are broke. Literally everything is broke. I don't know what the hell is going on right now. All right. All right, so we go right here. We tie this down. And then we go right here. And then this is 3 cars past the clearance point. Close this angle cock. Open that. Cut away. Okay, let's go in here real quick. All right, 45 minutes. All right, perfect. All right, now we got to get to this switch right here. Which, by the way, I kind of did that backwards. Like, I spotted the cars on the west, or I spotted them on the south side, but I tied the brakes on the north side. So if we're going to do it that way, that's not the way. Oh yeah, something is broke as fuck. Alright, so this is a few more cars. Let's go right here. Good. Okay. Alright. It's just doing its own thing right now. Yeah, that's 4 cars. And then this is 3 cars. Okay. We're having all kinds of problems today. My game is not cooperating. Well, that's special. Oh yeah, something is broke as fuck. Alright. Alright. $48 minutes. 18,000. Alright, now this is gonna get interesting. Let me kill the throttle real quick. I need to get up here. Why is it working now? Alright, it's best not to think about it. Something is all fucked up. Alright, now, here's where it's going to get interesting. This is going into there, and then we go over here to the military base, and this is facing the wrong way. But since our DP is going to be on the rear, we're going to put the DP onto the loading track. It's like we're going to put the DP in the clear on the loading track. Where's my lantern? Okay. It's like dark as shit right here. Alright. Oh, no. Definitely too soon. Which, it's really funny that I'm using the lantern in-game, and the reason that that's really funny is because in real life, since I became a remote control operator, I use a headlamp for everything. Which, alt future, headlamp when. I'm sure there's a couple other people than just me that would gladly use a headlight in Derail Valley. It actually does make an interesting point. I can unload these and make even more money. Because we just made, like, a pretty decent amount of money. So I can probably go over to the store, which should be... It's either in that clearing or it's on the other end of the passenger terminal. It's always visible from the passenger station. Alright, it must be the other clearing. The other thing that I want to check is, since I bought those file folders, I want to check to see if I can put the file folders in the briefcase. If I can put the folders in the briefcase, then I can probably shove all of the licenses in the briefcase. Alright, now we only need them right here. We only need to put the engines right here. Alright. Okay. You know what? Let's turn these off. We're going to do some more experimentation. We're going to turn those off because we're not going to need them right now. We've got this applied. Okay, close that side. Okay. Okay, let's set these up. That'll be important in a minute. Perfect. All right, what we're going to test is when I couple the engines back together, I'm not going to connect the MU cable. I'm only going to use the wireless MU. And what we're testing is I'm going to go to the fuel pad and I'm going to see if I can refuel all 4 engines. It's like I'm going to see if I can repair all 4 using wireless MU. Because if it's possible, that demonstrates that I could, well, now there'd be no point, but I could, in theory, put the caboose in between my sets of power. Right now, there'd be no point because the caboose doesn't currently have the charger or the signal boost. So there's basically no reason for me to even bring the caboose other than the immersion of having a shoving platform. Which, oddly enough, I did a temporary transfer to another station last year, and that's the only time I've ever used a caboose in real life. And the only thing we used it for is to give the conductor a place to ride the car. The hell was that? Alright. Okay, I think that's closed. By the way, this was a stupid idea. These cars are not secure in any way, shape, or form. Alright, there we go. Now, we gotta quickly go into the office. And we gotta turn this in. 61 minutes and we had 98. Oh, we got paid for this one. $111,000. Alright, sweet. We're gonna see if it'll let me take that job. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go in here. And we're just going to dim. Did I? Oh, for fuck's sake. That's going on the board. If you're a little bit confused as to what I just recorded as a skill issue, notice what track we're on. And notice what track we need to be on. Because what we are going to do is hook up to the engines. Because we need those. You haven't missed a whole lot. I just made $111,000 by delivering these missiles ahead of the time schedule. So I just got one hell of a time bonus for that. And then my skill issue is that I'm putting my MU engines back together. I'm putting my DP engines back together, but we're doing some science. After I get done unloading these missiles, I'm going to go over to the place. I'm going to go to the shop. And I'm going to see if I can refit these. All right. Okay. But we have already learned something interesting. Check this out. I put a wireless MU box on the slug. Now, watch this shit. I mean, it helps if I release the brake. But, check this out. Only this box is on. This box isn't. This one is currently off. So, we throttle up. Check that shit out. I am controlling this locomotive from the slug, which is being controlled from the remote DH4. How crazy is that? Did I tie both handbrakes? Like, why are we not moving? Released. Released. Good. And good. Okay, what the hell is it doing? Reverse. Okay. It works, but not completely. Maybe it's not supposed to work. Because even though the slug can make the traction motors load, it won't seem to release the independent brake. Because you'll notice that when I turned on that MU box, it released the brake. The reason it wouldn't move is because the independent was still on. So even though this is communicating with the controlling locomotive, for whatever reason, it's not releasing the brake. Doesn't bail the tender brake because of 1890s air brakes. Sounds about right. Now the real question is it even gonna let me take this job to unload these without servicing the engines? Is currently we have $186,000. I also got a few new games that I'm checking out. No, generally not. Well, that's the closest thing to an eggshell couple you're going to get in Derail Valley. My game is currently broke as fuck. I mean, this part helps. Fuck it, that's also going on the board. We're gonna do it that way. Not releasing the handbrakes. No, and you know what? Let's do that. No. Look. Nope. There we go. We have a screenshot. All is right in the world, even if it's not. Ah, damn it. Oh, sure, now the IPD wants to act up. So yeah, I've got two new games. Technically, I've got 3 new games that I'm going to play. But only one of them would probably interest you. And that is the, I think it's called the Trans-Siberian Railroad Simulator. Basically, think My Summer Car with trains and guns. But I think I accidentally broke the tutorial for it. So you're working with mechanical. I'm guessing you're doing the brake cylinder on a car. I mean, it could be the brake cylinder on a locomotive as well, but the ones on the locomotive are even more messed up. And yeah, the game is interesting. Yeah, it certainly seems pretty interesting. But I think I messed up the tutorial somehow. Where did my hand go? I think I messed up the tutorial. And I might have soft locked myself by mistake. Alright. Oh, now it wants to fucking work. Piece of shit. That must be on YouTube? No, it's not. Great! Nothing's working! Okay. No, it was the brake cylinder on the 10-wheeler. Oh, that sounds fun. Nope. Unload. Fun is one way to describe it. Like, there's a piston on each truck. Of the locomotives. And functionally, they're still the same as the cars. Or at least the piston itself is the same as the one on the cars. But the piping for the control system is a little bit different. Because, as you're probably aware, the independent brake is straight air. So, like, the train brake side of it works exactly the same on a car or on an engine versus a car, but there are a few more functions that are only on the engine. Like, the engine has an independent brake. It's like the engine has an independent. They can bail off, which only affects the independent brake. It allows you to release the brakes on the locomotive without releasing the train brake. Sounds about right. So, all of this week, I've been on our remote yard job. So, I've been running the remote control all this week. And last week, I did my evaluation. I did my recertification. Yeah, I recertified and did a physical, like, ride along. Except here's the thing, we wanted proof of concept, so we did my ride using the simulator for the remote control, and let me tell you, it would have been easier to go back to my apartment, set up my VR system, and play Derail Valley, and it would have been more effective. That sounds interesting. Southern Pacific Locomotive Shop. Basically, the simulator, we attempted to do two scenarios. The first one was fairly straightforward. All we had to do was take cars from like 5 different tracks, put them all together, and spot them on another track. I was able to do that with no problems. Where the hell's that going? The one that made it interesting was when we wanted to do the startup procedure for the remote control. So, actually setting up the engine to be remote controlled. Alright, we need to get this one. Yeah, actually setting up the engine to be remote controlled and then starting and testing the remote. This scenario was a complete and utter failure. It was a freaking disaster. Would not recommend. It did not work at all. Like, there are 4 things you have to do, or there are 4 things you have to check when initializing a remote controlled locomotive. There are 4 things every operator has to check before they can start working. You have to check the alerter. You have to check the tilt test. Or you have to check the alerter. You have to check the tilt sensor. You have to check the emergency brake. And you have to check movement. We could do none of them. Oh, we had 18 minutes. We did it in 9. All right. So yeah, we could do none of the required tests for the remote. It barely even wanted to set up. Like, we had to figure out how to get the simulator program, which is programmed poorly, mind you, how to use the levers on the control stand, and then how to cut out the engine. Then once we figured that out, which some things you have to click and drag, and some things you just have to click, and there's no indication of which one's which. So you gotta figure it out. So have fun with that. So that's pretty poggers. Then we got to actually testing the remote. We got it connected. And all I gotta do is test the remote. It wants me to do the alerter test first, which, alright, that's generally the one that I do first. Normally, what I would do is you change the reverser to make sure that you're properly connected to the engine. When you change the reverser from like forward to or change it to either forward or reverse from neutral, you should hear the engine spool up for like a second, and that's how you know that you're connected. So you change direction, go back to neutral, hit the alerter, and then move it to couple. The simulator wanted me to go to to coast brake, which, alright, fine. And then you wait for 60 seconds for the alerter to go off, and then it initializes a penalty brake application. Tell me why we sat there for 3 freaking minutes. So, 180 seconds. And the remote starts blinking like it wants to do a penalty brake application, but it just forgot to apply the brakes. We restarted that scenario 3 times before the road foreman's just like, fuck it, you know what you're doing, just go home. I did all of my tests. I did my rules test, my signals test, my conductor test, my remote test, and my hazmat test, and then I did every test for our entire territory. So yeah, we did my remote. We did my evaluation on the remote using the simulator, and the reason we did this is as a proof of concept to make sure that it works. Because I guess somebody else in the near future is going to also do a graded evaluation using the remote simulator. So I was due for an evaluation. So he was like, "All right, you're going to be a guinea pig today. We're going to see if it works. And we're going to do your evaluation using the simulator for the remote." And then I was able to switch the cars, but I was not able to initialize and test the remote. At one point, I told him we literally could have went out in the yard and fired up an actual locomotive in the time it's taken us to do this test in the simulator. And the best part is, there was a remote locomotive. We had a mother slug on the track right outside of our office. So it's like I could have went out and fired that thing up from a cold start, and it would have been faster than using the simulator. We're paid for 8 hours when we come in to do like our tests and stuff. I got all 8 that day. All right, now I was thinking that I was gonna grab the those tanks and take them back to the harbor, but just one small problem. Because I'm having some bizarre problems with my game acting up, like, watch this. Let's see if it does it. Put that right there. Oh, now you want to fucking work. Alright, so the problem was that the 2 carabiner slots... let's put this back. Let's pull that up to there. Okay. Yeah, these 2 carabiner slots, they didn't want to work. Like, I put the pocket watch in there, and I put it into the slot, and then I started walking around, and the watch was just floating in space and not following me at all. So I had to put it away. And then the headlight started working, or started malfunctioning. It was on this set up here. Like, I went in and I changed it multiple times because when we were going forward, it was showing the red light on the back, and I could not change it from the cab of this engine. I could only change it from the DH4. Yeah, it was just bad. The carabiner slots were acting up, the headlights were acting up, the couplers are acting up. Basically, everything possible is going wrong today. And it all started with the mod for the job booklet organizer. It wasn't working at all, so I turned that one off because when I first loaded into the game, I didn't have any job booklets. None at all. So I go outside wondering, like, okay, are there any jobs? Like, are there cars in the yard somewhere? Well, yes, there were cars, and they had jobs on them. Oh, yeah. The Okay, my glove's just doing its own thing. So, yeah, after I get done with this stream, I'm probably going to verify my game files for Derail Valley because I think something broke. But I've got a few more things to do in this stream before I stop for the day. Like, the reason that I had to come to the machine factory in the first place. Yeah, I had the booklet organizer on when I first launched the game. And then I turned it off because when I spawned in, there were no job booklets. There were jobs, but no booklets. So I turned that off, launched the game again, and then it works. So I don't currently have any mods active. The mod loader is still installed, so that could potentially be causing problems, but there aren't currently any active mods. But the reason that I had to come to the machine factory today is because I need to go over there to the store after I get this fired up. Why does that 282 look fucking weird? I needed to come to the machine factory to buy some of the new parts. I don't know why that 282 looks weird. I can't put my finger on it, but something just doesn't look right. Okay, moment of truth. Well, in a second. Because we do not currently have the MU cable connected between the Slug and the DH4. So, these are technically two separate engine consists. So, go up here, kill that. Okay. Can't touch that. Alright. Apply. Oh, wait, no, off. apply. Off. Now can I turn off the lights? Okay, good. We can turn off the lights. Maybe. Alright, now we go up here. Turn this one off. And turn that off. Kill the engine. No. Apply. And killed. Oh, and off. Off. Okay. Now, the only one that we haven't turned on is I forgot to turn on the parking brake in the DH4. So we're going to grab that real quick. Bam. All right, sorted. All the MU boxes are off. Yeah, you can service all four. All right, let's plug this in. Probably should have shoved it in a little bit deeper. What about it? Like, which specific part do you need to look at? Is that always like that? The thing that I thought looked weird were the grab irons on the nose. Yeah, I didn't remember either. Okay, so we found out that you do not need the MU cable in order to service multiple engines. But even though we don't need the MU cable, I'm going to connect it anyway. There. Yeah. We don't need it, but I'm going to turn it in. I'm going to connect it anyway. All right. Now, we've got all of that taken care of. Let's get out of here. And let's go back here. We gotta go shopping. Oh boy. They got all the fun stuff. I don't know about all that. Switch stand. I mean, I already found the thing that I'm looking for. Oh boy. Holy shit. Oh, that is so cool. Game of the year, 10 out of 10. I mean, I'm pretty sure Derail Valley's like excluded from being Game of the Year, like ever. Where is my hand? Alright. Okay. Already got those. Got those. Oh. I actually can buy more. I need one of those. I think I only need one. Wheel slip, computer, amber beacon, hammer. Where the hell did it go? Okay, we're good. I was about to say. Are there any of those? I'll need those in a second. You know what? Let's grab... No. Okay. I want to get one of those. All right. That's going to be a little pricey. All right. Nope. Okay. Now, let's go do some more weird science. We have our slug. We might need something kind of important first, though. Yeah, I'm in the right place. All right. Okay. Let's go in here. Let's throw this away. Throw that away. Okay. Now that should cover everything. All right. All right. Now we've got our slug. This thing is... That looks terrible, but... Okay. Now we got our drill. Okay, now we grab our signal boost. This thing has a network cable. All right. Sweet. All right. Now we've got that in place. Sweet. All right. So now that freaked out. All right. So now wherever we take the slug, we have a signal boost. All right, this can only be inside. So I might not actually be able to use this just yet. Is there a... Not one of those. No, not one of those. Oh, right here. Okay. I need another one of these. There. That might not work. Okay. Now, let's go... Damn it, there's one right there. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Is that a trash can? I feel like I ask this every single time. No, it's a chair. Alright. Let's go back over here because I don't want this anymore. Perfect. Hello? Alright. So, we're going to go back and we're going to play with some more weird stuff. Alright, so we're going to go in here, right? We're going to grab one of these. And it can't go there. I don't know if this is going to work. Right, where the hell is the battery charger? Oh, it's right there. Come on, you just went in. Oh, that is perfect. No. Ooh, how about this? Oh my god. That's awesome. All right. Okay, we got a charger. We have a signal boost. Let me see. Is there anything that I have to do to this thing? Or is it just on? Okay, I'm pretty sure it's just on. So we have signal booster. We have charging station. We found out you don't need the MU cable connected to service multiple engines. As long as they're coupled together. I guess the next thing to check would be to, like, spawn the flat car in between engine sets and see if that does anything. Oh, that's freaking cool. I like that. All right. I can fuck with it. Oh. All right, so I'm going to have to find a creative way to use the hello. What does what? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Oh, not there. No! That caused some problems. All right. Yes, it is the signal for this. Which you'll see right there. When I turn it on, that little blue light's illuminated, so it's getting a signal boost. But there is one more thing I need to get, because I saw it in there. I need to get the toolbox. I mean, that's kind of cool. Well, that's the thing. The caboose no longer has the signal boost by default. You have to go here to the machine factory, and you have to buy it. It's this thing right here. You've got to have this, or you've got to buy it and install it on something. I put mine on the slug. It's ironic. This place sells literally fucking everything. Oh, it has solder right there. Yeah, the caboose no longer has the battery charger or the signal boost by default. You now have to buy those. Did I grab the... Yeah, I did. Okay. This is definitely the coolest thing. I mean, I don't think I would put it on the back of the train. I mean, you could. Obviously, it'll be different for everybody, but at least for me, I'll show you how I've got it set up. All right, there. All right, I'll show you how I've got it set up. All right, so I have a 4-engine consist that I do everything with. I have 2 DE6s that are long hood back to back, a DH4 that I use as a remote controlled locomotive, and a DE6 slug. When I have like a longer train, I'll use the mother slug as my distributed power set, and then I use this for head end power. And that means that the mother slug will always be towards the back of my train, or either in the middle or at the back of my train. So it seemed like the best place to put the signal boost is on the slug, which would generally be in the middle of my train. So that seemed like the best place to shove it. And then, because my DH4 is my remote controlled locomotive, I put the charger in here so that I can recharge my remote. Realistically, it probably should be in the controlling locomotive, but this seemed like the better place for it, because in order to control the DP with the remote, I have to have this one set to transmit, so leaving the remote in here to charge would work just fine. So yeah, now we got quite a few of the new things to check out. And now we have all of our repair stuff, minus one thing. I need to go get that. I need my wire cutters. There. Okay. Now literally everything I need to do repair work is in the toolbox, and I can bring the toolbox with me. Believe it or not, yes. Does the slug work with wireless MU? I don't know if it's supposed to work, but it does. So, let me pay off my environmental fees real quick. All right. Okay, fee. Yeah. Okay. All's right in the world. All right. So, we got all of our stuff, right? You know what? I'll do that afterwards. All right. So, as kind of like a proof of concept. I think there's currently a bug with it, which implies that maybe it's not supposed to work. But by having the wireless MU box on the slug, I turned this one on and left the one in the DE6 off. Separated the MU cables between the DH4 and the slug, so they were functionally two separate engine consists. By using the remote control to tell the DH4 to control the distributed power, by doing that, the slug told the DE6 to spool up the engine. So you can control the DE6 wirelessly from the slug, but I noticed that there was a small problem. This could be a bug because we're now allowed to stick things to the slug and they work. See? I can turn it on. This has electricity. This has electricity. We can now stick things to the slug. But the problem is that when I told the train to move, as long as I left this MU box off, it would not release the independent brake. Like, it'll release the train brake, but it won't release the independent. So, even though you can send the command from the DH4 to the slug, and it will tell the DE6 to spool up the engine, it won't release the brake. So you're not going to move until you turn this box on as well. In which case, this box will be getting its commands from the controlling unit on the head end anyway. So, yes, you can control the DE6 from the slug. It currently has a bug where it won't release the brake. Or at least mine did. After I get done with this stream, I'm definitely going to either completely reinstall and reset everything, or I'm just going to verify the game files. I'll probably start with that and see if it makes a damn bit of difference. It might not. It's hard to say. But to answer your question, yes, the MU box works on the slug, sort of. Although I'm pretty sure it still needs to be connected to an actual locomotive in order to get electricity. I don't think I can disconnect the MU cables and use the slug. So it sort of works, but not completely. Let's see. It's now 1 a.m. I've been doing this for about 4 hours now. Alright. So, it's starting to get late, so I'm probably going to stop streaming for a little while. I might switch over and play another game because I'm working nights this week, so I need to be ready to go in tonight at 11 p.m. So it's going to be a long night. But as a bit of a recap of what I've been able to do so far in this stream. Yeah, I can do that. But as a bit of a recap of what I've been able to do in this stream, I have loaded up the new update for Derail Valley. We have the new tools, the storage containers, the new gadgets. We have some of them added to the engines. We brought a relatively light train. We brought a relatively light train from the harbor all the way to the machine factory, and it was imperative that we come to the machine factory because we needed to buy gadgets. And lo and behold, this is the place to find the gadgets. We got our remote charger. We tested the wireless MU box on the Slug to mixed results, let's say that much. We put the battery charger inside of the DH4. We put the signal boost on the Slug because it's generally either in the middle or on the end of the train. So that seemed like the best place for it. We made some money, paid off some more bills, and we still have almost $120,000, but I'm going to verify my game files, so more than likely the jobs that are currently here will not be here when I'm done. Yeah, that is very true. I'll check that. It shouldn't work, but ever since I figured out how the wireless MU system works and I made those YouTube tutorials on how to set up distributed power, I had a theory if there could be like some black magic fuckery where you don't need the Slug connected to anything and it'll just move. I firmly believe it should not work, but there's a chance it might. And one day I will test it, but it won't be today. In any regard, I've been doing this for about 4 hours and some change now. So I think I'm probably going to call it here. It's been a surprisingly productive stream, even though the first 20 minutes were a little bit bizarre, to say the least. But in any regard, this has been Derail Valley Simulator. Thank you all for watching, and thank you for the follow. Alright, so thank you all for watching, and hopefully you have a nice day. I don't know when the next time that I stream will be. It'll probably be on my next off days. But when I do stream next, I don't know what I will stream next. It's always kind of up in the air. But like I said, thank you all for watching. Hopefully you have a nice